Welcome everyone to a somewhat windy Leicester, home of the Mattioli Arena and the BetVictor Championship League. Storm Eowyn has arrived in the UK, but we are safe and sound indoors, looking forward to Group 7. This is the last chance saloon because it offers the final opportunity to secure a place in the winners group, which takes place right here on Tuesday and Wednesday the week after next. Hossein Vafai, Xiao, Kyron Wilson, Mark Selby, Matthew Selt and Judd Trump, who so brilliantly won Group 6 last night, are through. But who will join them? Well, as you can see from this lineup, Group 7 is arguably the most open of the lot. Over on Table 2, which you can follow on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, the day begins with Ricky Walden taking on world record century maker Jack Jones. Here on Table 1, Xiao Guodong is involved in back-to-back matches to get the session underway. First against a fellow countryman, Zhou Yuelong. Joining me in the commentary box a little later will be Peter Lyons. But first, it's the reigning English amateur champion, Stephen Hallworth. Good morning, Stephen.
Morning, Phil. Good morning, everyone. Thanks again for your company here as we have arrived at the final group. Group 7, last place up for grabs in the winners group. Who will it be? Another 2 days of solid action. What a lineup that winners group is already. So whoever joins them will certainly deserve it and have another 2 days of brilliant snooker to look forward to.
I'll throw this out straight away. 17 years of the Championship League now, and in my view, this is one of the most open groups we've ever had. You can make a case out for all of them.
Yes, I would agree as well. On paper, it's very, very difficult to predict actually who's going to come through this group. No members of the top 16 players involved, which in itself is a bit of a rarity. Big opportunity, you feel, for someone. Is it finally going to be Jack Jones's week? He's been involved in every single group right since shot 1 here in Leicester. He's back for another 2 days. Or he's ready for a lie down in a dark room after this stint, but he's still going.
Yes, physical fatigue won't be an issue, but I think mental fatigue will be. If he wins this group, it would be a gargantuan effort. Ricky Walden, late call-up to replace former European Masters champion Fan Zhengyi. And the two players in front of you now. They've got the credentials to succeed.
One.
And what a season Xiao Guodong has had. The best
5
of his career by some distance. Quarter-finalist at the Saudi Arabia Masters. Earned a nice few quid there. Then he made his breakthrough at the Wuhan Open, winning his maiden ranking title, overcoming Xiao in the final 10-7. After that, semi-finalist at the International Championship. And then in the Champion of Champions, he was simply outstanding. He knocked out Ronnie O'Sullivan from 3-0 down. Mark Selby and Mark Allen before losing to the Champion of Champions himself, Mark Williams, in the final.
12.
It's incredible, really, when you think about it. First got on the professional tour back in 2007 and has been somewhat of a journeyman throughout his career, and all of a sudden one big result just sparks his whole season into life. That confidence he's taken from that win out in Wuhan. Just goes to show there's so many players on the tour that are capable of doing it, but you just need that little break at times, pardon the pun, you know, a little run in an event, a deep run, lift a title, whatever it may be. And just really kickstart a career, regardless of when it is.
20.
Yeah, he's this season's Zhang Anda. Zhang did something similar last campaign.
$27. $28.
Of course, this is the first time we've had a look at Xiao Guodong and Zhou Yuelong at the Championship League, both newcomers to the event. So both won't be aware of the conditions just yet, but I'm sure they'll pick it up very quickly, and what they'll come to discover is that the conditions have been brilliant all week. The conditions
35.
have really encouraged heavy scoring.
$36.
Surprisingly, not played each other too often. Never in a world ranking event, actually. Their only meeting outside of this tournament was an Asian Tour event in Haining 10 years ago. For what it's worth, which isn't a great amount. Xiao Guodong won 4-1, and he looks like winning this first frame after that split, but has the last red rolling
41.
scuppered him? The shake of the head says yes.
Well, he's been very unlucky there, actually, because that was a nice split. You might be wondering if we're playing snooker on a boat this morning, but I can confirm we're not. We are in the Mattioli Arena, but the wind is that strong outside. It's blowing the roof of which the camera is dangling down from, so apologies for that.
Yes, in the English Midlands, we're not getting the brunt of Stormy Owen. If you're watching this from another part of the world, not in the UK, I can tell you that that storm is badly affecting the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland, but we are on the fringes.
42.
A gust of wind in the Republic of Ireland earlier today was measured at 114 miles an hour.
Xiao Guodong 42.
And I don't know whether you at home, but here in the commentary box, Stephen and I can actually hear the wind whipping in the roof.
I suppose that could be one way to make this game more difficult for these players. The standard has been an absolute joke, really, the past few days. There's been centuries flying in all over the place. It's been too easy for the players. Maybe we should play on a boat.
Well, at the World 9-Ball Championship in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia last year, it was a state-of-the-art facility. Simply phenomenal. But of course, in the summer there, the temperatures are extremely hot. You need air conditioning, and powerful air conditioning at that. And one of the tables was actually directly under an air conditioning unit, and it was causing the balls to roll off. Soon rectified, of course.
5.
You say about playing on a boat, Stephen, when Joe Johnson won the World Championship in 1986, he played an exhibition on a cruise liner that was docked, but nevertheless it was still in water, and he broke off and all the balls went to the one side of the table. So that was that. He played a few trick shots, did a Q&A, and accepted his check.
Broke and dished, and all the balls went into the right corner pocket. What a break.
The other remarkable exhibition over the years was played by a few members of the old Q Masters management team. Stephen Hendry, Mike Allard, Dennis Taylor went out to play on an oil rig.
What?
In the North Sea. When Zhou Yuelong won the World Amateur Championship at the age of 15, just digest that for a moment. World Amateur Champion at 15. And then he was one half of the China B team who won the World Cup when he was 17. Many people, myself included, thought he might become a world beater. He's had a good career, but not quite hit the heights he was expected to yet.
Yeah, I suppose he's probably been on a lot of people's watch list in terms of who they feel might be nearly ready to win a ranking tournament. He's sort of knocking on the door. It doesn't guarantee that you are going to win one. It's very competitive now. The standard is so good. There's a lot of players queuing up for that
11.
chance to win a title for the first time. He's been close on 3 occasions, hasn't he, Zhou Yuelong? European Masters,
70.
Shootout, and the Northern Ireland Open runner-up.
Two reds close together near the right-hand side cushion. They're the obvious problem.
$24.
Still early days
25.
in the first frame on table 2. There's Ricky Walden, 3 times a world ranking event winner.
So he's taken these nicely so far, Zhou Yuelong. And it's not a bad chance, actually, to take this opener, steal it from Xiao Guodong. As he pots this red, it releases the next. But he hasn't potted it. And he'll be disappointed. That was a chance for an early blow.
31.
Yeah, it looked tight, didn't it? Especially from there, whether he could actually cut that red thin enough. Zhou made the decision he could catch the red thinly, but he undercut it. So Zhou, with a 16-point lead, Could be 4 pots away from 1-0.
1.
Doesn't want that one back.
6.
22 in front. So the red and pink, or red and blue, will leave Zhou Yuelong needing a snooker.
7. 12. 14.
With the addition of the yellow, it's now 2 snookers.
Yeah.
And if Xiao Guodong does knock in the green, I don't think Zhou Yuelong will come back to the table.
Thank you.
Important to get off to a good start in this league phase format.
17.
You want to try and do the bulk of your work today going into tomorrow, when, of course, the final group winner will be decided. And you can put yourself into a good position, sort of take the pressure off. Xiao Guodong, he's got back-to-back matches
21.
here on table 1, and then 2 matches from half 4. So, you know, 4 matches today. You could really do some damage in the table.
26. 32 on the first frame. Xiao Guodong.
First impressions, pretty positive for Xiao Guodong. He leads Zhou Yuelong by a frame to 0. We have a frame in the books on both tables, I can tell you.
The second frame.
A rather scrappy frame on table 2 has just concluded, with Ricky Walden drawing first blood against Jack Jones. Here, Zhou Yuelong will want to equalise against his fellow Chinese player Xiao Guodong. They have played 4 times in the Championship League, these two, in both ranking and invitational.
Well, maybe a chance at this long red to right corner for Zhou Yuelong. He's had a little look at it. It's a very tough shot. The cue ball is close to the baulk cushion, as you can see. Well, clearly not tempted by it. Not tempted by anything, just the containing shot, although he's played a very, very poor one. Okay, he's got a good cue ball, but that red may be potable to the middle pocket. This is always quite a deceiving angle, actually. It might be very acute into that middle. Had it have rolled a fraction further, I think it would have definitely have been on. Yeah, clearly it's too tight because Guodong would have surely been downplaying it by now.
Just noting those previous Championship League meetings, as I say, this is their 5th. Of the first 4, Zhou Yuelong's had the better of them. He's won 3. All actually 3-2.
Now it seems he is gearing up to attempt this long red to right corner. Yeah, he's played it well.
One.
Played it at a very nice pace as well, fully committing to the pot. Good shot.
One.
You mentioned earlier, Stephen, his appearances in ranking finals. One of them actually led to being involved on a list that he doesn't really want to be on, which is the less than handful of players who've been whitewashed in a multi-session ranking final. Zhou lost 9-0 to Neil Robertson in the 2020 European Masters.
Yeah, that would have been a stern lesson for him, wouldn't it? First ranking final. To lose 9-0.
5.
Dreamt all your life of being involved in a ranking final, and for it to end the way it did, it would have hurt for a long time, that, no doubt about it. But he's used that as a platform to re-find his hunger and get back to the practice table and work even harder. He's a nice lad, Zhou Yuelong, actually. He's very grounded. He is a hard worker as well. Remember the first time I saw him actually
12.
was back in 2013, I think it was, at the World Under-21s. We was there representing the England A team, and our England team was myself, Oliver Lines, Ashley Carty, a player called Jordan Wimborne, and of course Jake Nicholson, who very, very sadly passed away a few years ago. Zhou Yuelong actually went on to win that tournament in China.
That one, though,
80.
was badly played. Yes, so currently on the rankings, Zhao Guodong 17th. Zhou Yuelong 32nd.
Yuelong, 18.
Well, that was a very disappointing visit to the table in the end, considering the first red that he knocked in. If you ever are going to see a bad frame from these players, it's usually one of the first few that they play in.
What?
Just trying to find their way, get to grips with the conditions. But Zhao Guodong will notice that Zhou Yuelong's attempt there in amongst the balls ended very quickly, and he'll look to try and punish that, try and keep him cold for as long as possible.
He'd like to build some
8.
confidence here because he's got a tough assignment in the German Masters next week. He takes on Fan Zhengyi, who we know he's one of those players at his best. He can be very tough to beat. One of those inspirational potters.
Nine.
Needs the cue ball to bounce.
40.
Not quite as much as he wanted, but I think the shot is still available.
Yeah, and he may can float the cue ball through, just drift past the underside of the pack, back out for the blue. If not, he can play a very aggressive shot and bring more reds into play. Not really taking any risks there, he didn't need to. So one remaining loose red in open play before Zhao Guodong needs to think about how to get into that pack of reds. Does have the angle now, should he wish to play it. Yeah, I really like how he's gone about that. It didn't seem a favourable pack to go into from the blue direct. The 2 cushion route
20.
would have been my choice also, purely because look at where the pink is, slightly detached from the top. He's played it very well, the 2 cushions, running side, plenty of pace into them, got them moving. And now he's one good pot away from creating a great chance for himself.
$21.
Cue ball got away from Zhou Guodong there.
25.
That wasn't one of those shots where you have a very small margin of error either.
Xiao Guodong.
And you could see he
25.
knew that red was heading towards the near jaw of the middle pocket. So what an opportunity for Zhou Yuelong to get back onto level terms.
Xiao Guodong. 25. Come on.
I'm going to tell you something now, Stephen, that will surprise you. Zhou Yuelong is 55th on the one-year list. So he'll need to do something pretty special in the next couple of ranking events to make the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, I did notice actually that his record this season hasn't been as good as you might expect. Just 3 appearances in last 32s. Scottish Open, Northern Ireland Open and the shootout.
9.
Did make the quarterfinals of the Shanghai Masters in the first main event of the season, but other than that, it's been a very poor season from Zhou Yuelong.
Yes, and while the Shanghai Masters is a very big tournament, it doesn't carry ranking points, so yeah, he might miss out on the entire Players Series.
And I don't think any player wants to miss out on those events nowadays. They've become very, very big in their own right, and particularly the Grand Prix this season being staged out in Hong Kong. There's going to be a new venue on the World Snooker Tour, new crowds, bigger prize money for the players. It's a very lucrative event now, and that certainly is on every player's mind.
In contrast, of course, Xiao Guodong knows he's going to be in all 3. World Grand Prix, Players' Championship and the Tour Championship in Manchester in early April. He's 3rd on the one-year list, behind only Judd Trump and Kyron Wilson.
Pretty good company, isn't it, that at the top of that one-year list? He deserves to be there, though. You know, his results, have been rewarded, and that's what you want. If you consistently perform in tournaments, you deserve to be in all the events, and Xiao Guodong this season has played brilliantly, and it still could get even better. He's earned well over £300,000 this season alone, Xiao Guodong. In contrast to Zhou Yuelong, is around the 70,000 mark, so quite a big difference in terms of results this year.
In goes the blue, and this frame ball could not be easier.
44. 45.
So, Zhou Yuelong does equalise.
50.
Just like to see the back of this red to make sure he doesn't have to be involved in a snooker quest.
51.
I can tell you on table 2,
58.
frame 2 is about to wrap up, and Ricky Walden is going to win it.
60. Thank you.
Maybe, Stephen, you were right. Jack Jones's exertions might be catching up on him.
And you can't really blame him, can you? He's been here for a long old time. Jack Jones played
63.
a lot of snooker. Not really a big believer of the term burnt out, but he probably is feeling that way.
67.
I did speak to him this morning, though. I said just one last push, one big push, next 2 days, try and get something done, a few quid earned, see what happens.
72.
This has been a good break from Zhou Yuelong. It was a visit that he had to take from the mistake of Xiao Guodong. He's responded well here.
78.
Yes, Xiao Guodong missed a red to middle. After that, Zhou Yuelong has been finding the middle of the pockets.
85 on the frame.
An 85 clearance here in the first match of the day. We're all square. We have 6 players in the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League. Over the next 2 days, another will emerge to complete the lineup. Now, just an announcement here. We brought you this news earlier in the week, but I think it's worth repeating. Originally, the winners group was supposed to be on Monday and Tuesday of the week after next. But I think very sensibly, the organisers have decided to delay it by a day to Tuesday and Wednesday, because if you've got 1 or even 2 players who were involved in the German Masters final who were also in the winners group, it could cause logistical difficulties, as they say. So it is going to be Tuesday and Wednesday the week after next.
Foul. So Guodong 4.
Well, sometimes early in a frame, going in off to a ball pocket doesn't really matter a great deal, apart from the 4 penalty points. This time, it could be really costly.
Yeah, I didn't know where to look there, actually. The red was sort of flying around. I thought one of the other reds may go close to being fluked, and then all of a sudden the white was heading close, so all sorts of things have gone wrong for Zhou Yuelong from that one shot. Instantly gifts a chance to Xiao Guodong. Just looking, planning how best to go about this break now. The pink will pot to left corner and right middle, but the black is well and truly tied up, so we'd like to maybe try and bring that into play at some point.
6. 7. 12.
Over on table 2, by the way, Ricky Walden has made a bright start. 58 break in the first frame. It was 102 from him in the second. And that's the 138th century of the tournament. The record in this Championship League invitation, 159 in 2023. So I think that will go.
13.
Left himself nice on that red there, Xiao Guodong, purposely leaving the cue ball high of the red, which meant he could screw into the black, try and promote that. Enough pace to get back up the table. Couldn't take the risk to try and play on the black from there. It was purely to just get it in open play, which he has done. And now he's one good positional shot away from making this a half-decent chance.
$60.
Just about okay. Struck that green lovely. The cue ball has just ran on.
$17. $24. $25.
Once again, a very attacking shot into the reds, and at first glance he's been
32.
very unfortunate. He would have definitely fancied landing on something nicer than this. The red by the pink spot is very, very thin to the middle pocket. So much so that he may not even attempt it. How is he on nothing from there?
Yeah, not for the first time. A good split from Xiao has amounted to 0.
32.
It was the same thing midway through the first frame, but it didn't cost him. But it did cost him that visit in the first frame, and again, has to play safe here.
I'm surprised that Xiao didn't even entertain the thought of doubling that red that he played safe off into the opposite middle pocket. Could have played it in such a way that he was leaving nothing. Double the red to middle, play down for the black, and the pack of reds would have been covering that red he attempted, so didn't seem to give it any thought or even consider that that was an option.
Ricky is proving tricky for Jack Jones on table 2. He's in the balls again, is Walden. We will get to see Ricky Walden a couple of times here on table 1 today to complete this session against Zhou Yuelong and also to start the 4:30 session against Xiao Guodong. Walden, another loyal supporter of the Championship League over the years.
Yeah, of course, probably finds himself quite fortunate to be in the event due to the fact that Fang Zhengyi decided to withdraw, so he'll probably see this as a free hit. Ricky Walden, chance to do some damage, get some good match practice, and the outside chance of booking your place in winners group as well. Remember, the winner of this tournament will earn a place in the Champion of Champions, which is a huge carrot dangling for the players.
Yes, and on several occasions, the winner of Group 7 has won the whole thing. John Higgins being a prime example. Walden is the world number 38. Now, when you consider 25 places are available in the Championship League, he has been a little fortunate that they've gone down to 38 and tried to make the most of that fortune. Ricky Walden actually produced one of the great stats in snooker. He lost 6-0 to Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Masters, and O'Sullivan that evening was on another planet, so good. And he put together a whole succession of unanswered points.
What?
Walden lost 6-0, absolutely hammered. Pot success rate, 100%. It was either one or two balls he knocked in, and he didn't miss one. Just never got the chance to make an impression.
Set 50.
Eight.
So as one economist famously said, there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. And I think that was proof. 100% pod success rate. I'll get my coat.
$60.
Well, he couldn't wish for a better
17.
chance now, Zhou Guodong, to re-establish his lead in this match and take himself one away from victory. He's another one of these players that's very steady when he's in amongst them. There's nothing really sort of flashy about him or flamboyant. He just
23.
very economical in what he does.
$24.
Two reds beneath the pink will both pass to this left corner pocket. Perfect on the pink just to screw across for them.
$30.
Well, Walden's won 3-0.
$31. $37.
Now that's a shame, not back-to-back tons for Walden. The break ended at 91, but 58, 102, 91. quite an introduction to the morning, quite an introduction to the tournament. He defeats Jack Jones 3-0. Next up on table 2, it will be David Gilbert against the runner-up in Group 6, Joe O'Connor.
46. 53. 54. Thank you. $61. 62.
Well, there is a chance of a century on here for Xiao Guodong as well, so looking to add another one to the collection. He's taken these well. He was in initially,
68.
broke down when he was quite unfortunate going into the pack of reds, screwing through them, didn't land, but
69.
played the patient game, dug out another chance, and well, this has been the result of that.
$74. 76.
Making a century is a real accomplishment, as thousands of club players would tell you. For most, it's a dream. These guys, well, it's just routine, matter of fact.
$83. 88. 94. 101 on the frame. Xiao Guodong.
Zhou Guodong confines frame 3 to room 101. He's back in front at 2-1. This week, the Mattioli Arena in Leicester
The fourth frame.
has welcomed groups 5, 6 and now 7 in the BetVictor Championship League. Groups 5 and 6, would you believe, produced a total of 57 centuries, and already we've seen a couple here in this session. Question now whether Zhou Yuelong can avoid a first match defeat, or whether it's going all the way. Dave Gilbert and Joe O'Connor already underway in the second match on table 2. Gilbert and O'Connor might share some stories last night about their battles with Judd Trump. Gilbert beaten by Trump in the semi-finals of Group 6. O'Connor by Trump in the final. And just a word on that, Stephen. Trump made 3 centuries to win 3-0. All of them terrific breaks, but the first one in particular. How did he make a century where the balls were, and the amount of pots he had to knock in that were very missable?
It was so good, wasn't it? It really was one of the best centuries I've seen for a long, long time. When he came to the table, Judd Trump, in that first frame, you know, it looked difficult to make 20, 30 points from where he was, and how he's cleared up from there, I've got no idea. It just goes to show he's just on another planet at the minute, Judd Trump, in terms of the level that he's continuing to strive for. And then to not only win that first frame with the century, to then back it up with a further 2, that really was a special performance from the world number 1. Just capped off what's been a good 4 days for him here in Leicester in terms of his century tally. Of course, still in the hunt for them 100 centuries this season for the £100,000 bonus. Made 16 tons over the 4 days, so teed himself up nicely.
Joe caught that red quite thick. That was a pretty poor attempt.
One.
Well, the first few shots of this little break are key for Xiao Guodong. He wants to get himself nicely into position. Get the black available into both corner pockets will be his priority to begin with. And now he can get to work down this business end. He'll have one sight on
8.
how best to go into that group of 6 reds of the black, try and bring them all into play at some point. Either way, it's a good chance to score a few in the frame that he needs to win the match and take the point.
$60. $70.
Not a very inviting pack to get into from the black now because of that flat back. You sort of go into it, it's like a brick wall almost. So he'll just be chipping away at the loose reds here.
24.
You saying that, Stephen, flat back pack reminds me of the late Willie Thorne, who I did many hours of commentary with. Always used to say that.
25.
It's got a tongue tire, actually, isn't it? Flat back pack. I used to avoid it But that was one of his stock phrases. Tongue twister.
Yeah, it just really limits what you can actually do with it, because it seems unlikely the cue ball can go through the reds, because it's quite a solid target that you're going into, like a brick wall. As I say, you could screw out from them, but then very easy to lose the cue ball to the side cushion, then back to the black cushion. So players will try and avoid that. Of course, going into them when they are positioned as they are is always advisable when you've got a red detached at the back of the pack, because that provides
29.
almost a bit of security going into them, like a free shot almost. But Zhou Guodong doesn't have that option here. A fly has just flown under that red as he struck that last one.
Flies in January.
Yeah, there it is, you can see it. Probably coming here for a bit of shelter. It's absolutely treacherous outside.
Just trying to think what would be regarded as the worst weather ever for a professional tournament. Well, in my time, I think it would definitely be when the famous beast from the east came, the big snowstorm. And I think they were snowed in at the Welsh Open down in Cardiff. I was very fortunate, actually.
38.
I was doing the World Masters pool in Gibraltar, which was a lot nicer.
Well, I could probably one better that, actually. It was an event I actually played in myself. Don't hear this very often, Phil. We got rained off. It was down in Brighton for a Q Tour event, or what was the Challenge Tour. The weather was so bad, I've never seen rain like it. It was raining sideways almost, and long story short, the roof caved in the snooker club, and
45.
it was dripping through. And there was a match just across the one of the other tables involving Rory McLeod and someone else, and they actually put a bucket on the table to catch the drops, and they were still playing. Obviously, the event got called off pretty quickly. It was then played at a later date, but I'll never forget it, because I was playing Michael Collum, and it was 2 each, and I was 67 points in front, and he was on a clearance for 68. To win the frame and match by 1, and all these matches around us were getting pulled off, and I was thinking, come on, pull us off quick. He potted the black to win by 1, and I was reluctant to shake hands, because I was thinking we've got a chance to replay this match, but we shook hands and that was it. The result stood.
51.
So in that McLeod match, you could say pockets were like buckets, or at least the buckets were like pockets.
Stop it.
Yeah, we do have some extraordinary interruptions in play. The 73 World Championship at the City Exhibition Halls in Deansgate, Manchester, that was suspended for a while because of rain coming through the roof. Quarter-final, Alex Higgins, Fred Davis. But nothing, it seems, is raining on
57.
Xiao Guodong's parade.
And again, he's played that same shot, the 2 cushions into the pack from the blue. He's played it very well again. Didn't go into them
58.
with an explosive sort of pace. It was very, very controlled. He knew exactly what was happening. And this has been a brilliant contribution. This has not been an easy break. Okay, there were loose reds to begin with, but as I say, that pack was difficult to get into, and he's dealt with that really nicely. Now this red and blue puts him over the line, but
63.
he'll want one more red, but they're all there. There's no way he'll be losing this frame now. Chance
64.
for back-to-back centuries as well.
Yes, and you say that. There's also a chance for Joe O'Connor to make a century in the first round against Dave Gilbert on table 2.
69.
Gilbert was in first, but he missed quite a straightforward red to middle, and O'Connor's been at the table ever since.
70. $77. 78. 85. 86.
Well, I think we've seen enough from Xiao Guodong to suggest he could be a real factor in this group. In fact, you know, he finds himself in the same slot in this group as Judd Trump was in groups 5 and 6. Trump involved in the first 2 matches
91.
on table 1 in both groups, and it's the same for Xiao. He's up next against Noppon Saengkham already. Zhou in stroke.
92.
Yeah, it's a nice slot to have actually when you're playing well. It's a bad one to have when you're not. This has been a brilliant start to proceedings for Xiao, and to say this is a really good performance. If you can cap this off with back-to-back tons now, that's a real statement of intent.
97.
Good chance for a fairly decent target for the high break as well. £500 up for
98.
grabs for anyone who has the highest break at the conclusion of this group. That was won by Noppon Saengkham in Group 6, a 1-4-3. After 3 players made a 140. 2 of them were maximum attempts, with the last black
103.
being missed, Jack Lazowski and Joe O'Connor. It was all happening in Group 6.
105. 108. 112.
Well, actually, it can't threaten the high break because Joe O'Connor over on table 2 is in for a 138.
117.
Final black. But this has been a great break from Xiao Guodong regardless.
123.
Yes, it is a tough old
130
school, this
to frame in the
Championship
match.
League.
Xiao Guodong.
Simultaneous centuries
Guodong.
on both sides of the
Thank you,
Mattioli Arena. Xiao Guodong has made a wonderful start.
What if you're on
2
there now?
centuries in beating Zhou Yuelong 3-1. And of course now, his Q-arm lubricated. He waits only another 5 minutes to take on Noppon Saengkham.
Guodong.
That's your next action here.
So it's Group 7 here at the BetVictor Championship League. Finally, we've arrived at the final group, and here's what's to come this afternoon. 2 matches have completed here already. Ricky Walden, a 3-0 convincing winner over, well, Championship League stalwart this year, Jack Jones, a 3-0 victory for Ricky. Xiao Guodong played brilliantly well against Zhou Yuelong here on our feature table. 3-1, he beat fellow countryman Zhou Yuelong. Breaks of 101 and 130 to finish suggests that he is continuing on his brilliant form from this season already. So our next game on table 1, Xiao Guodong stays out in the arena to take on Thailand's Noppon Saengkham. Joe O'Connor against David Gilbert over on table 2. Joe O'Connor kicking things off with a 1-3-8 break in the opening frame. The century breaks are continuing to fly in all over the place, it seems. The conditions have been brilliant. The balls have been opening, the pockets on the generous side, all great ingredients for these players, all very talented, heavy scorers everywhere you look. And joining us in the commentary box for the next 2 days, Peter Lyons. Great to have you with us once again, Pete. And the standard is just been exceptional, shall we say?
Yeah, I've been following it, and it's been absolutely obscene. The number of tons that are just getting knocked in over and over again. Xiao will be looking to possibly put himself in pole position with another victory here.
Yeah, we was just talking about the schedule for today. I suppose playing the way he is, he's got a very favourable schedule. Back-to-back matches here and then 2 matches from half 4. He could really do some damage in this table. In a group that looks very wide open on paper, you look at, you could make a case for any of these players winning this group. Very hard to predict.
Six. Noppon Saengkham 6.
More aggressive safety shot from Guodong. He's played it pretty well. Can he get through to this red, or is it just a safety shot? You're going to stick your neck out, Stephen, and tip a winner for us from this group?
Well, I'm going to make a very bold prediction. We saw Group 6, that was won by Joe O'Connor, and he was unbeaten in the group phase. I don't think anyone's going to go unbeaten in this group. That's my prediction.
So no. A simple no would have done, Steve.
But of course, it's a big opportunity for all the players. You know, good match practice for the next 2 days. A lot of these players heading out to Berlin for the German Masters next week, and then be back the following week potentially for the winners group. The big carrot dangling is that Champion of Champions place as well. It's not just about the prize money that you accumulate from this event, it's the knock-on effects from it. So there is a lot on the line for everyone today and tomorrow. Actually, I'm not going to sit on the fence. I'm going to go with Joe O'Connor again for back-to-back group wins. He was so impressive yesterday and the day before. Really just took everyone apart, it seemed. It took a brilliant performance from Judd Trump in the final to get that win over Joe, 3 tons in a row. Joe O'Connor's my tip.
Yeah, loose safety
One.
from Guodong. Presented this chance to Noppon.
Six. Thank you. Seven.
Well, that's just sneaked in. He didn't cue that one very well. Now it's gone in. He's still in good position.
$13.
There's the one thing for Noppon is trying to bounce back from yesterday. He was semi-finalist in the previous group, lost to Joe O'Connor. He was 2-0 down in that match, fought back to 2 each, and then Joe made a brilliant break in the decider. So it feels like a long 2 days to get to those knockouts, and then to not get through and not get the win, to then start from scratch again. He's one of these players, Noppon. He'd only be practicing anyway, wouldn't he? So the chance to get some more good match practice, and of course the prize money that comes
19.
with it.
Yeah, not the most natural of players, Noppon. Very technical. Just to really get that queuing functioning as best he can, and I suppose the more matches he can play, the better he's going to queue.
A very relaxed event this as well, but one thing I do notice every time I see Noppon here, he's on the practice table, and not many players this week have been on the practice table. I think more darts have been thrown in the players' lounge than balls have been struck on them practice tables, but Noppon continuing on, very dedicated player.
Is he still a member of the Sight Right team? I think he is, and I know Steve Feeney speaks very highly of Noppon. Thinks he's a tournament winner waiting to happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was beautifully struck.
26.
You'd expect Noppon to go and win the frame now from this visit. Already 32 points in front.
$33. $34.
Yeah, may just screw into those 4 reds. Knows he's got a loose red available. Well, I'm a little bit surprised he's played it so soft.
41.
He could have gone into them with a little bit more aggression. If he had spun out to the right-hand side, the red away from the side cushion would have been on anyway. And now he's on nothing. Yeah, I think that's a
Noppon Saengkham.
poor
41.
shot choice there from Noppon.
Yeah, he sort of hedged his bets on a full ball contact to that red, and anything else, it was always asking for trouble. And with you, a little bit more pace on that was probably required, and guarantee Noppon will be wishing he had have played it. Huge let off for Zhou Guodong. He was going well there, Noppon Saengkham.
Xiao won't be happy with that one though. Straightforward pot, but he has trickled the red towards this right hand corner pocket, and from being a nice straight cueist, I'd expect him to knock this in. Position not guaranteed, but if he can get on something.
One.
Yeah, which he hasn't. Now, has he got the delicate touch to try and go in behind the green? If not, he'll probably try and put the yellow or brown safe and get in behind the green.
Noppon Saengkham. 1.
Yeah, again, I was probably a little bit surprised he didn't opt to put the colour safe and try and get in behind the green. Long way off that though, difficult palm. That surely gifted the frame now to Noppon Saengkham.
Well, he's had a couple of bites at the cherry in this opening frame, Noppon, but as you say, this is now a glorious chance to win the opener. Played some good stuff in Group 6 over the past couple of days. It was a very tightly contested group in the end, bar Joe O'Connor. Went right down to the wire, right down to the last few group matches, which is always a good sign. Keeps it competitive, keeps everyone honest.
Six. Seven.
In front already. So one more red. So should secure the frame.
14. $15. $22. 23.
This frame well and
30.
truly over now. Noppon Saengkham, the better start of the two, and got no doubt he would have kept an eye on Zhou Guodong's performance in the first game, and he would have known that
31.
he had his work cut out in this match, but making the perfect start. Of course, these two players based at Ding Junhui's academy in Sheffield, both practiced there. No doubt have played many, many practice matches together throughout their careers. Probably know one another's game inside out. These short formats can throw up some surprise results, though. This is a match I feel is very, very hard to predict. as is the group.
39. $46. 47.
One of these players as well, Noppon, regardless of how far over the winning line he is, he'll be trying his hardest to clear the table.
$54. 56. 59.
Yeah, pretty solid start. Noppon. Just that one slight mistake.
63. 68.
Well, the break ends at 68, but Zhou Guodong was
Noppon
frozen out for the whole of that
68
opening frame.
on the
Noppon Saengkham, he played in Group 6, not to be, but he's here. He wants more. He's back in Group 7, and he's made a perfect start. He leads Zhou Guodong 1-0. A break of 68 in the opener has helped Noppon Saengkham up to a 1-0 lead over Zhou Guodong. Table 2, David Gilbert in the balls, looking very good.
Thank you.
One each with Joe
Second frame,
O'Connor.
Zhou Guodong to break.
Very early stages of this Group 7. Lots of movement today in terms of the group standings. Of course, this group, the final chance for any player to book a place into the winners group. 6 places already confirmed. Judd Trump, Matthew Selt, Hossein Vafai, Si Jarwi, Leicester's very own Mark Selby, and of course the world champion Kyron Wilson. So what a star-studded lineup we've got. The winners group will be played the Tuesday and Wednesday, first week of February, the week after next.
That's a good safety shot from Xiao. Sure. Noppon can get this red thin enough to get back to balk. Good, and he's played it pretty good as well.
Here is table 2, and there is Dave Gilbert well over the line in the third frame. Break goes to 80, and as you can see, there's still 4 reds available. When he pots this black, it goes to 88, which can only mean one thing. He's on the max.
Well, he couldn't have played that much better. That's absolutely perfect.
80.
But the standard throughout this whole event has just been sublime. There's been centuries flying in all over the place. Before the start of these 2 matches, we were up to 139 century breaks for the tournament. The record was 159, so that surely is going to be smashed out of the park. We saw 2 maximum attempts yesterday and the day before. Jack Lazowski missing the final black, a very difficult one, had to play a very thin clip. The cue ball was in balk. It was a crazy break, really. Joe O'Connor, though, with the best chance of the lot, missing the final black from close to the left side cushion. Dave Gilbert with the balls at his mercy now.
Dave Gilbert, 97.
But he's missed the black. Would you believe it? And there goes the cue. Heartbreak for Gilbert. Not even the century, but the fact that the maximum goes astray. He's made 2 career maximums. He won't be making a third.
Yeah, knowing Dave like I do, that could ruin his whole day. He was absolutely livid with that shot. White is close. Is it going to get that? Oh, it's just hung on. Would have been disaster for Noppon. As it is, it's turned into a pretty good safety shot. Been slightly overhit, not easy to judge from where he was, but now then, can Noppon cue one of these long pots in? Not a certainty, the red, and there's quite a few reds in the way of position on the black. Not sure what Noppon's like in the cue power department.
One.
But you can't strike a ball much better than that.
One.
It looks a good chance on paper because of the reds are all very well spread, but in a situation like this, they can often be covering one another, and it takes a little bit of problem solving. The black spot there you can see clearly tied up, so black on the pink spot.
Got to try and navigate a path back out into the open. Again, he's
9.
struck that absolutely perfect. Bad.
14.
I'd love to be able to clear that red away from the black spot and get a colour onto there, but it's not possible at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
And he didn't do that one.
15.
Same fluency. Yes, another slightly poor rest shot. Needs another good pot now to get himself back out of trouble.
Noppon
he's-
Saengkham, 15.
He's missed the blue. So a massive reprieve for Xiao Guodong.
Not the sort of shot you expect
Noppon
Noppon
Saengkham.
to miss that. He's very, very drilled. Hand on table right behind it. You would have thought that would have been getting crunched into the green pocket, but not to be. It was the shot before, the red with the rest, that cost him there. Little shake of the head, and you can see why, because he's gifted a chance back to Guodong, although this break is now Guodong's problem. It's not an easy visit to the table, this, by any stretch.
Yeah, and his first shot has gone slightly wrong. He can't play the brown, I don't think. The yellow's in the way of him getting back down the table, so it's going to have to be a deep screw off the green. In fact, I don't think that's on, so he's having to top this in. 2 cushions and back down. It's still very awkward. I'm just wondering if he can pot this red and play a cannon on the other one to hold for the pink in the opposite centre. At least that would then get the pink onto the blue spot unavailable.
Thank you. 5.
Been a remarkable season for Xiao Guodong. Of course, lifting his maiden title at the Wuhan a few months ago. Made the final of the Champion of Champions on debut as well, losing out to Mark Williams. Been a brilliant campaign, well over 300,000 earned. But Pete, there's so many players on the tour, probably in that category similar to Xiao Guodong. One good result, one good win really could provide a big springboard for them, and it's all about confidence, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, none more so than Li Pei-fan. It's just shown every player how quickly your career can turn round. Just need that one good week. Wasn't even on the tour last year. Li Pei-fan struggling on the Q tour on the secondary circuit and qualified through some Oceania playoff, I believe, and yeah, then went on to win his first ranking title.
Yeah, that really is an incredible story, isn't it? And I don't mean this with any disrespect, but probably one of the biggest shocks ever, in my opinion, in terms of a player from where he was last season. as you say, he wasn't even in the playoffs for the Q
15.
Tour, never mind, you know, knocking on the door of getting back on the tour. He sort of scraped through those Oceania playoffs in a decider to Vinny Calabrese from Australia. And then fast forward a year, he's now a ranking event winner. That's how quickly things can turn around.
Yes. $16.
Still having to work hard for these points. Xiao Guodong, but that's not bad now.
22.
Can he take the red closest to the black spot and get the pink down onto the black spot? That would make it so much easier for him.
$23.
I think now he's got to play on that red on the black spot that you mentioned. Get that open, get the pink down this end once again, and it becomes a frame winning chance. He's taking these well, considering. Sort of unlock this frame now
29.
and giving himself a chance. This now an important positional shot.
And he's overscrewed that by an absolute mile. Don't think the lower brown will pot, so he's got a tricky shot on the green, possibly with the rest, or a long pink. Don't think he'd like the look of either of them. That red could be in the way of his queuing. Doesn't want to be hampered.
33.
Yeah, the body language says he's not on it. He's landed more or less touching, so it's break over.
Amazing how quickly things can break down. Just one bad positional shot and then you end up chasing the break. It was a good pot on the green, just didn't quite get the right line to avoid those reds, so not like he's been at the table for a long time, Xiao Guodong, but really for not doing all that much damage to the scoreboard.
Xiao Guodong, 33.
Tasty targets up in that balk area. Noppon Saengkham will be looking to play a safety shot, possibly try and get in behind something up there.
Didn't quite get the snooker, but promoted the only safe red. He's forcing Guodong's hand a little bit here. He doesn't really want to play the clip on the two reds on the black cushion because it's almost certain to be heading towards the right-hand corner pocket. So he's in a little bit of trouble here. Yeah, if he is playing this, he's got to make sure he gets a really good cue ball. This could be his last shot in the frame. Exactly what he's done. That is terrific effort from where he was. I think he has left a pot on. Noppon may have to chance his arm at. He's just going to go wafer thin off it, or play straight in off.
Well, what a pot that is from Noppon. He holds his hand up to apologise for the little bump off the knuckle of the middle pocket, but I don't think I'd be apologising for that. He struck that red to perfection. His intention was to pot the red and get on a colour. That's exactly what's happened. Brilliant pot. He was backed into a corner there.
One.
Yeah, it's amazing how many times you see that. How easy it is to clear the mind when you know the only shot you've got is a pot. Just get down and knock it in. Now then, can he steal the frame? There's no reason why not.
7.
You're right, it's a funny psychology, isn't it? If Noppon can see the left side of those reds prior to that long red attempt, and he's got multiple options to consider, it makes that pot so much more difficult. No logical reason why, but just your thought process in playing it. It was the only red he could see, so inevitably he had to fully commit to it. He did do, and he struck it to perfection. Now this is a really good chance, although once again he's cued that one terribly considering where he was. How was he taking the green? Could have been much better on that black.
Yeah, ridiculous really where he was, but he's done
11.
quite well to get round there. He's not out of the woods yet.
Twelve.
Well, just quickly while we watch this Noppon attempt at turning this frame around, we have had some breaking news, and comes with great sadness, I suppose, because he's been with us right since day one, right since Group 1, but Jack Jones has taken the decision to withdraw from this group. He played his first match this morning over on Table 2 against Ricky Walden. He lost 3-0, and he's taken the decision to withdraw. He's not given us a reason as to why, but we suspect that he's just purely exhausted. He's got the German Masters coming up next week, and yeah, he's taken the decision to call it a day, a couple of days off before that German Masters. One thing I will say, though, is that result that Ricky Walden had against Jack Jones, he will still receive the prize money, Ricky Walden, for that win. He won't receive the point. But yeah, the news is that Jack Jones has
26.
taken the decision to withdraw, and the group will be revised, the schedule will be revised, and when we receive it, we'll let you know in due course.
Noppon Saengkham.
Well,
26.
Noppon's going to be absolutely kicking himself, I'm afraid. No way made. He should have given Guodong any hope. Left himself a tricky red along the cushion, and Unfortunately for him, he's missed it.
1.
This is an absolute gift now for Xiao. Slight stumbling block is that the yellow's slightly off its spot and obscured possibly by the brown, but I won't be surprised to see Xiao play down the table for one of the baulk colours.
8.
Just make his job slightly easier. Meanwhile, on table 2, Joe O'Connor's been trying to get out of this snooker for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's an absolute remarkable situation on table 2. We're just going to quickly show you what's happening. Of course, this table is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Joe O'Connor knocked in a long red, intentionally playing for the black. He's ended up right behind this red on the top cushion. And you're right, Pete. He's been trying to escape from this snooker for what feels like 10, 15 minutes now. He's nearly done the frame. Well, and that probably now would mean he has done the frame, because he's left Dave absolutely plumb in amongst them. That attempt there, he was trying to clip off the black. The attempts prior, he was trying to go up for baulk colours, but Joe O'Connor backed himself into a real spot of bother there. That is a shame for him.
Yeah, 9 fouls in succession for Joe O'Connor. Now, he has left it a little bit awkward, and
13.
I think Gilbert's still contemplating putting the ball back, but yeah, it's not, the pot's not a gimme, so there's still an 83 clearance on. He's only 76 behind. There's still
15.
There's hope, Steve.
I think he's got 2 hope, either Bob hope or no hope over on table 2, Joe O'Connor.
18.
What a crazy scenario that was. Gilbert knocks in the red, so now that's surely going to cement a 3-1 victory for Dave Gilbert over the man of Group 6, really, up until those playoffs, Joe O'Connor. Meanwhile, now Guodong needs brown and blue here.
Yeah,
22.
He's going to be absolutely kicking himself, I'm afraid. He knows he should be 2-0 up. Not sure how it's all going to unfold with Jack Jones pulling out, but all these victories now are going to become even more important as every frame goes by.
Yeah, confirmation on table 2. Joe has conceded, so Gilbert has registered the win there. Now Guodong looking to just roll this pink over this corner pocket. Well, not to be. 19 points adrift.
27.
Noppon Saengkham comes back to the table. 1 snooker to tie. He'll carry on here. Due to the schedule change as well, that is now the last match over on table 2, so table 2 action won't commence again until 4:30 local time.
Not much hope, I don't think, here for Noppon. Just the pink and black remaining. Xiao is too shrewd a customer to be giving any chances away. Yeah, there's an outside chance here. He could go 3 cushions, baulk cushion, side cushion, black cushion, and in, try and get in behind the black. Not an easy shot. Yeah, and he's caught it too thin. Way too thin, in fact. So this will be knock the pink back over the corner pocket, I presume. There's going to be no heroics here. Let's see. Xiao just try and trickle this towards the yellow pocket. Again, there's a glimmer of hope for Noppon. Can he try and flick this round the angles of 4 cushions? Got to get the pink wafer thin, but not that thin.
Okay, thank you.
And there is the
Foul.
concession. He's seen enough of this
6.
frame. Noppon Saengkham. It was
Held on
stop-start. It was
frame.
difficult to see who was going to win that frame, but a misread from Noppon in the end let Zhou Guodong back in. We're all square. It's 1 each. Well, what a morning it's been so far for Xiao Guodong. A 3-1 winner in his opener against Zhou Yuelong. 2 centuries in that match and that wonderful 1-3-5 we've just seen there. He's played 5 frames so far. 3 of them have been won with century breaks. Continuing on a theme pretty much of this Championship League. The centuries continue to roll in. And what better way to keep your opponent stewing over a mistake. That red that Noppon Saengkham missed in the second frame to take a 2-0 lead, or potentially take a 2-0 lead. He's been really punished since.
Fairly weak safety shot from Noppon. There, Xiao Guodong risk putting this red in the corner and to stun across and just make a cannon on the red to the right of the black to land himself on the black. Playing well, Xiao. He's finding it hard to turn this down.
I suppose that's one of the things that makes these short formats even more intriguing. Zhou feeling like he probably can't miss at the minute, but you just push that boat out, step too far, and give your opponent an easy chance. The matches can turn very quickly, and of course he's very experienced, he'll know that.
That's what he played. So that's a little bit unlucky, but I think it's okay. I'd expect him to knock this blue into the corner, just a slight stun off it to leave the red to the left of the pack. Just concentrate on the pot, nothing to do with the cue ball. Yeah, doesn't look like he's going to miss at the moment.
And it's not just the way that he's going about it, it's the way the balls are going in. Pretty much all being middled at the moment, which is a great sign.
Not for Noppon.
7.
He doesn't have to play into the reds, but because he's gone slightly too high. Careful, he doesn't want a thin contact off anything. Can he just promote something towards one of these corners? Yeah, now that is a little bit unlucky. He's gone all out to split the reds, and
12.
I don't really know what's happened there. He's hit them flush and he's hit them well, and yeah, they've just not moved.
Yeah, that's a great view you can see from the overhead there. The idea, intention behind that shot going into the pack is to hit the pink as full as possible, and he couldn't have hit it any more flush, but barely anything seemed to happen with the reds.
Xiao Guodong, 12.
Now then, this is a testing pot for Noppon. He hasn't potted a ball for a while. Maybe able to pot this and knock the pink over the pocket. Oh, he couldn't have got any closer. But it hasn't dropped, I'm afraid.
That was one of them that probably felt really good as soon as he struck it. He stayed with it the whole way. Pockets have been playing on the generous side, just wasn't quite accurate enough with that. Very tough shot.
1.
Yeah, I'd have fancied potting that red myself. Phil would have potted that one.
Hey, Phil was a bit of a player back in his day,
Was
so
he?
he tells me, yeah.
Yeah, so he tells you.
Maybe Phil should take Jack's place now he's resigned his place in this group. Now that would be some flair.
He's more likely to take Jack's lunch. Yeah, Xiao. Got a little bit of a problem here because, yeah, although the reds are nicely spread, they are a little bit awkward. He needs one good shot, I think. Good positional shot to get himself in prime.
No doubt Noppon will be fearing the worst, particularly from what he saw in the previous frame, but as you say, it's not a straightforward chance, this. Black spot is slightly congested at the moment.
Easy to work the cue ball, queuing over with the spider. Now, has he found the gap for the red that is to the left of the black? In fact, I think he'd like it if the pink didn't go on its own spot and it went behind the reds, yeah. There's a possibility that the top red of the pack will pot into the corner.
Okay, thank you. 7.
Yes, and it did, and now he's... Well, I was just about to say he's nicely on the blue, but again, he's overrun it a fraction. Doesn't really want to play into the reds. Wanted to just screw off down to land on one of the ones near the black, but maybe forced into it.
Yeah, and it's not a very nice pack to go into either. They're sort of angled diagonally, and it looks like the cue ball, in catching the reds, will head towards the left corner pocket. So decision time here for Xiao.
Doesn't want a thin contact if he plays into the reds. Well, again, oh, again, that is so unlucky. He was perfect, and then the white was coming back out into the middle of the table, and another red has kissed it back towards the cushion. And I'm afraid it's going to be another safety. There, the white's travelling out, just gets bumped back to where it come from.
All sorts has gone wrong with that shot for Xiao. He's pushed the black safe as well. Just goes to show the importance of that previous red, just going too far on the blue. He didn't want to play that cannon into the pack. It was a mistake.
To take his medicine.
13.
It's a pretty good safety shot again, though. Tap on the table. Appreciation from Noppon. He hasn't got a safety shot. He's going to have to put himself out of trouble. Looks like he could play possibly thin, like the cross double safety off the red to the extreme right table, but got to catch it just right so it doesn't kiss the red just to the left of it. Pretty close, but it hasn't gone in, and it's another chance for Xiao. Yeah, now, will he stun through the gap and try and move the black? Or will he just try and come out into the open, give himself a shot at pink or ball colour?
Feels like this match has turned. That red that Noppon missed in the second frame, it's been all Zhou Guodong since then. He's calling all the shots pretty much, backing Noppon Saengkham into corners, forcing him into taking reds on that he doesn't necessarily want to.
The thing with this shot is that red that's just underneath his body. He's pretty close to it.
One.
It's another middle of the leather pot. Xiao Guodong, and now a great chance to take the match and put himself firmly in contention for the semi-finals with 2 wins out of 2.
Yeah, the revised schedule still means that Zhou Guodong will play 4 matches today. Of course, he'll have played back-to-back here, and then he's got back-to-back matches over on table 2 from 4:30. Now, with only a 6-man group, he could really cement his place in those semi-finals tomorrow, and he could do that this afternoon.
3. Four.
Well, that is a terrible shot. That is his worst shot of the day. He's just played to screw the white into the open for the easy blue into the middle, and he snookered himself. And he knew as soon as he hit it, he'd overdone it. So it's going to be the roll up behind the green.
And he wants to try and get this as close to it as possible, just try and cut any obvious easy routes down the table for Noppon. There's some big targets on the top cushion to try and lay in behind.
Pink ball.
He's eyeing the pink up, Steve.
Well, talk about confidence. This is a big shot.
Is this confidence though, or is it frustration? Yeah, it's confidence, yeah.
How well has he struck that? Well, that tells you everything you need to know about how
10.
Zhou Guodong is feeling. You're right, there was certainly frustration in that, the fact that he wasn't on the blue, but backed himself fully and struck it like a dream.
Yeah, that is a typical practice shot for most professionals. The long dead straight
11.
pot, they practice those day in, day out, and he's just backed himself. Yeah, made so much more difficult by the fact that he should have been playing the easy blue, which he's going to play now. 36 in front, 4 reds sitting by the pink spot waiting to be potted. And he's just overrun a fraction.
16.
May now have to play a little cannon, unless he can just buy into the cue ball enough to screw off for the pink. Yeah, he could.
17.
Yeah, he's absolutely perfect now.
Well, Noppon Saengkham can only really watch on and admire what he's seeing. The game seemed to turn in that second frame, there's no doubt about it, but since then, Zhou Guodong has been very impressive. Impressive all season, and he comes here trying to book his place into winners group, and well, it looked a very tightly contested group on paper, very difficult to predict, but from what we've seen from Zhou Guodong so far this morning, he could be favourite now.
23.
He's come up a little bit weak again. He's played on the blue. Yeah, and a look of disgust on his face. He shouldn't miss the pink, but these shots are always slightly more difficult when you know you should have had something much easier. I expect him to get this, but you never know. I don't think Xiao Guodong believes he's going to miss
30.
at the moment. Completely in the zone.
$31. $36. $37.
Yep, that's frame ball. So this does an almost certain 3-1 victory and 2 wins out of 2 for Guodong. Is he staying out there now, Noppon, to play a third match? To play the third match?
No, the next game
43.
here on table 1 is Zhou Yuelong against Ricky Walden, so a chance for Noppon to regather his marbles, shall we say. Noppon won't be back until 4:30 here on table
44.
1, but this has been all about Xiao Guodong. No doubt using these 2 days as good match practice ahead of the German Masters next week, where he'll face fellow countryman Fang Zhengyi. Of course, Ricky Walden actually replaced Fang Zhengyi in this very group, so it could have been a warm-up between the pair, but not to be. Again, you can see a little bit of disappointment. The frame of match is well and truly won
50.
from Xiao Guodong. Wanted to try and clear up from that position. It would have been a good clearance. Attempt at the double, the treble. What about the quadruple? Not there. But up steps Noppon to offer his hand and congratulate Xiao Guodong. Back-to-back 3-1 wins for the man from China. It's been a very commanding performance so far today. Centuries once again flying in all over, and 2 from 2 put Xiao Guodong at the top of the group for now. So, as I say, Zhou Yuelong, Ricky Walden coming your way in around 5 minutes' time. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the final match of this session in Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League. You see there just 6 names in the group, and that's because Jack Jones, after losing his first contest 3-0 to Ricky Walden, decided enough was enough. Basically, he was exhausted and so elected to pull out. Now, that wasn't to Ricky Walden's benefit because, of course, Walden's 3-0 win, which was impressively achieved, counts for nothing apart from the fact he does receive £300 for it. In terms of the table, it counts for nothing, and so he starts all over again in a few moments, actually, against Zhou Yuelong, who's also looking for his first point after losing his opening match on this table, 3-1 to the informed Xiao Guodong a little earlier. Xiao, with those 2 3-1 wins over Zhou Yuelong and then Noppon Saengkham, making centuries as well in doing so and looking good. He's got 2 points, and I think he's just 1 win away from making it to the semi-final playoffs tomorrow night. Of course, the rest of it is still really up in the air. It was a wide open group anyway, and it remains so even with the absence of Jack Jones, whose world record number of centuries for the tournament will stick at 32, which is 9 better than the previous record jointly held by Matt Selt and Karen Wilson
Heads it is.
at 23.
Okay.
So, Walden was over on table 2. You might not have
Thank you.
seen how he played against Jack Jones. Well, I can tell you he played very well.
Thank you, Ricky. Have a
Breaks
good
of
game. Thank
58, 102
First
and
frame.
91.
Show you long to break.
If Walden can maintain that, Zhou Yuelong, I think, will have a tough task. Joining me for this one is Peter Lyons, and Ricky Walden's such a good bloke, we all know that, but he must feel somewhat aggrieved.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, no mean feat to see of Jack Jones 3-0. Yeah, he must be gutted, to be honest.
If my maths is correct, the match he played this morning before his departure was Jones's 46th in the tournament, because he got to the final of the first 4 groups, so that's 8 times 4, 32. Then he got to the semi-final of Group 5, so that's another 7, 39. He played 6 yesterday in finishing 5th in Group 6, 45, and then this morning.
Yeah, he certainly reaped the benefits of the Championship League invite.
My only comment on it, I wish Jones had pulled out last night and allowed someone else to have the opportunity to play today.
Yeah, yeah. It's a shame. Yeah, and I just hope it doesn't affect Ricky Walden. I mean, that's a very shaky start. 2 missed pots already.
Well, we had something similar, didn't we, in the ranking version of the Championship League right at the start of the season, when Tom Ford lost his first match to Barry Pinches. Oh, what a miss from Zhou Yuelong. Yeah, Tom Ford lost his first match to Barry Pinches and then pulled out. Now, that's 4-man groups in the ranking event, so it left everything up in the air. And in the end, there were 3 players left in the group. They all won 1 match, lost 1, and Robbie McGuigan got through, and you had to feel really sorry for Pinches.
Yeah, absolutely. Now then, an early chance now again. And a reprieve for Ricky Walden.
Well, I'm going to tell you a great story about Ricky Walden that he's just told me. He loves his trips to America, much like myself, and
3.
he was there over Christmas with the family, wife and children. Visited the likes of Zion National Park in Utah, loved it. Vegas, and would you believe, Peter, he was in
4.
Los Angeles when the wildfires hit. He was actually staying in Pasadena, and he showed me a photograph on his phone of the fires not too far away from the hotel they were staying in. They got out the next morning and they were okay. But very dramatic stuff.
Wow. Must have been a scary experience.
9.
It's a
10.
confident shot from Walden. Oh dear.
Ricky Walden, 10.
It's a disaster.
Yeah, psychologically, because he played so well against Jack Jones, I think the fact that Jones isn't here anymore and basically the match was annulled,
1.
psychologically, many players, I think, would find it difficult to process. I know you would, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd have been fuming. Yeah, but Ricky's he's a fairly laid-back character. Let's hope he does put it behind him. So what do you make of this
6.
lad, Phil?
Well, he won the World Amateur when he was 15. He was one half of a World Cup winning side when he was 17. He's been to 3 ranking finals, and yet you'd still say, as he misses that red, you'd still say
Yuelong, 6.
he was an underachiever. I thought he would have done a little better than he has. He's had a good career, but not quite as good as I thought it might be.
Yeah, and I think the reason I asked is because when he first came over, obviously, you know, at the same time as 1 or 2 other players, I think a lot of people thought that he would make the breakthrough first, and then obviously Yan Bingtao and Xing Tong started winning, and he was the only one of that trio that hadn't won one. And then since then he's seen Guodong and Nanda Zhang and Fan Zhenyi and then now Li Pifan win titles, and he's still waiting, and it just seems like he's maybe lost his way a little bit.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Which is a shame, because he's a terrific player.
I think the way the game is these days, everyone can't be successful, and of course, the tour has never, in terms of strength in depth, ever been like it is now.
Yeah, and of course, he famously blew that semi-final against Gary Wilson when he was celebrating, and Wilson needed snookers in the deciding frame, and he ended up getting them and winning. And I'm not sure he's fully recovered from that experience yet.
Well, in 9-ball pool, 2 or 3 years ago, the European 9-ball Championship, Sanyan Perlovanovic, who's a smashing lad, was playing in the final. And he potted the 8-ball nicely on the 9, started celebrating, and missed it. Ended up losing.
Wow.
Premature celebrations,
Yeah.
you know, they're not the best way forward, are they?
Shot this. Yeah, it was always going to be slightly awkward. Caught it a fraction too thick. Has left Walden a pot. expect him to get the pot, but position not guaranteed. Well, again, long way off that pot.
Yeah, and of course it's still the embryonic stages of this match, but so far this has been chalk and cheese from Walden, because in that opening match on table 2, he looked really good indeed.
This is a tester. And again, it's not in.
The standard this week in groups 5 and 6 has been off the charts, and already this morning we've seen quite a number of centuries and some good stuff, but this frame most certainly is not good. Mistakes abounding.
I think this is a
One.
really important match for Yuelong. He's already lost one. Can't really afford to lose a second one straight away.
Yes, and of course the Championship League safety net, which players
6.
have in groups 1 to 6, has been removed. If you finish 5th in groups 1 to 6, you advance to the next group anyway. Whereas
7.
here, it's win or bust. Nothing for 5th. At least if you get to the semi-final playoffs, you're playing for bigger money. But 5th receives no perks.
13. 14.
Yeah, this is a pretty good chance now for Walden. Just pop this black through the gap for one of the 2 reds.
Plays very quickly, doesn't he?
91.
Always has.
Yeah, very, and also I think Ricky's one of these players that I think he's definitely come here to try and win. Not everyone is like fully focused, some come for different reasons, but Ricky wants to win this tournament, make no mistake about it. Wants to get his hands back on some silverware.
$28. 29.
Model professional Ricky Walden. Never involved in any hint of controversy. Popular with his fellow players. And of course he has 3 ranking titles to his credit, 3 big tournaments.
Yeah, he's just let that one slip away slightly.
34.
Shouldn't be a problem, but shouldn't have been anywhere near the side cushion. Yeah.
35.
Because the red now hasn't gone in cleanly. He's got a tricky shot on the pink.
Yeah, caught the red too thick so the white didn't travel. Well recovered.
Should be a straightforward run to the line now.
41. 42.
46 in front, so the black and one more red. It will probably be the one the closest to the right hand corner of the pocket. perfect.
49.
So just this simple red to take a 1-0 lead.
50.
Now, if that had been 2 reds on the table, he might have played for the black.
56.
But there's enough on with 3 reds to make a century.
57. 59.
Purely and simply a lapse in concentration. A red missed with the rest. But after a few mistakes early on, Walden pounces with a break of 59 and takes a 1-0 lead. This is the only game in town, as it were, the only game of this session. Only 2 matches were played on table 2, because if you're just joining us, Jack Jones decided enough was enough.
Walden,
he was out of any kind of competitive fuel, and he withdrew from the tournament after 1 match. So Jones is out. It's a 6-man group. Xiao Guodong is top of that group after 2 wins. And Ricky Walden, having beaten Jones 3-0 in a match that basically, in terms of the table, doesn't now exist, is 1-0 up on Zhou Yuelong. It's been all happening this week, Peter, I tell you.
Yeah, certainly on the table. Judd's performance last night in the final, 3 tons on the bounce. I believe he played a match against Joe O'Connor the other day as well. He was just telling me upstairs where it was 3-2 and there was 5 tons.
Yeah, I mean, at one point it was getting ludicrous. We had 1 session, so it was 3 best of 5s on one table, 3 best of 5s on the other. So a maximum of 30 frames. And there wasn't 30 frames played in that session, but a maximum of 30 frames. And we had 17 centuries in that session. Group 5 produced 33 centuries, which is the most in any group in the Championship League since it began in 2008. And of course, the Jack Jones record of 32 centuries, which I think will remain in the record books for a very lengthy amount of time. When you turned pro, Peter, all those years ago, if someone had said, oh yeah, one player will make 32 centuries in a single tournament, you would have laughed them out of court.
Yeah, most players don't make that in their career.
Yeah, Jones made 18 centuries in all tournaments last season, and he was a finalist at the Crucible. And he makes 32 in this tournament alone. So yeah, we've had some exciting finishes to matches, and when I say countless 147 attempts, valid, realistic 147 attempts, I use the word countless, I really mean that literally. I've lost count how many we've seen. We saw one from Dave Gilbert earlier against Joe O'Connor on table 2, made 97. He was plumb and missed an absolutely box standard black off its spot.
Safety from Walden. Just flicked it round the angles. I think he's going to try and just off the side cushion and nestle into the 5 reds to left and below the pink.
Foul and a miss for Ricky
He's
Walden.
fallen a little bit short, but he's okay. He hasn't left the red.
Bit further over. Back.
Because he can see balls directly, he will need to make contact this time, other than that he will be warned. Some more pace imparted in this.
Yeah, because he's put a little bit more pace in it though. I think he's been a little bit fortunate because he has left that red, but the white has finished so close to it, I think. I'm not sure he can take it. Can he? Gotta be careful. Don't play the push shot and the pink doesn't pop.
One.
Tried to just screw back past the pink. Now will he take the long blue on? Is there any value?
Well, it's a queuing shot, and it's also a shot that's easy when you're feeling good. But it's not been a particularly good season for Ricky Walden, and the start of this match, the half-century break he made in the first frame accepted, has not been a good one either.
No, I don't. So far, I don't think either of these two feel like they're queuing well. Yeah, that was just about
one.
Dropped in. It had a little look before it fell over the line.
Interesting match for Zhou Yuelong in the first round of the
3.
German Masters in Berlin next week. Monday afternoon, actually. He plays the young Latvian Artemis Zizins, who's had some good wins already on tour.
Yeah, he's enjoying his first season as a professional. We'll have a new young player on as well from Ireland next season. Just won the World Junior Championship. Leon Crowley, congratulations to him.
Lem.
So that first name, it's spelled Leone. We were wondering how you pronounced it. It is Leon, presumably.
That's why I've always called him, yeah.
You know him?
I've met him before, yeah, and I know, yeah, I've seen him at the, the European Championships and things. He goes around with his dad. I'm almost certain it is pronounced Leon Crowley.
Well, good luck to him. Good to see another Irish player on the tour because, of course, Ken Doherty is there as a wild carder, a 1997 world champion, one of the game's great ambassadors. But with the retirement of Fergal O'Brien and Michael Judge was
18.
relegated, I think it was only Ken and Aaron Hill. And remarkably, given
19.
Hill's abilities, I think he's in a battle to keep his guard.
Yeah, it's not easy when you're down there. When you're ranked anywhere really below 50 in the world, you're in danger of losing your tour card every year.
26.
A lot of the matches come down to the World Championships.
27.
And there's some dangerous players in that first round of the World Championship that you don't really want to draw in a must-win game. None more so this season than the return of Xingtong.
Yes, because having won incredibly 4 events on the Q Tour,
34.
he's definitely going to be #1 in the Q Tour rankings, so he will be back on tour next season. And when you're #1 in the Q Tour rankings, one of the ancillary benefits, you get
35.
invited to play in the World Championship qualifiers.
Yeah, and believe me, Phil, I've seen him play. I've played a couple of the Q Tours myself this season, and he is head and shoulders above every player playing in that. And I think there'll be a lot of top players, a lot of players ranked 17, 18, 19, 20, etc.,
42.
that won't want to draw him in the qualifiers for the Crucible. That is for certain.
Well, funnily enough, I was talking to Stephen Hallworth in between matches about this. I think the World Championship qualifying competition this year is going to be the most intriguing ever.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just look at...
43.
I don't know if I've got this right, but when I was looking the other day, Sean Murphy, the recent Masters champion, if he doesn't win some matches, he's going to have to qualify.
Yes, the reason for that, Murphy is 7th in the rankings at the moment, but he's got massive points to come off because in 2023 he was brilliant in completing the Players' Championship and Tour Championship double. So when those points come off, which
50.
they will before the World Championship, yeah, maybe it'll be on the borders. That said, though, if he has a good run in the Players' Series, he should be okay. And of course, Welsh Open, German Masters, and World Open as well.
Yeah, because the reason I was looking is that I remember thinking that I think Chris Wakelin was in 16th spot, possibly, or 15th, really close, and Neil Robertson was just outside, and they both pulled out of China, which was the last comp before
58.
the World Qualifiers, for different reasons, I presume.
$59.
I think Robertson missed his World Open qualifying competition match because he got confused with the dates. Just wasn't aware he was playing on the day he actually was.
Yeah, meanwhile, this is a decent response from
66.
Yuelong and much needed. Oh, Ricky Walden missing that
Relatively straightforward long blue.
67.
That's cost him the frame.
Yeah, I think the best way to classify the blue would be that if he was flowing, that would be a ball
73.
he wouldn't think twice about, really. But in that stage of the frame, I think it was one that he could have missed.
74.
Here's one for you, Phil, then, because he's missed
81.
quite a lot of tournaments, and I know he pulled out of this one. Do you think Ronnie's going to play the World this year?
Well, it's the
82.
$64,000 question, or considering the prize money at the World, a lot more than that. I honestly don't know. All I can say is this: I've got no idea. I just hope he does, because the Crucible is a much better place when he's there.
Yeah, absolutely.
89. $90.
Any tournament that features Ronnie O'Sullivan is a better place. The greatest ever.
Stun across for the last red. Yep. Nicely played. Red black.
96.
Red pink for the ton.
$96.
That's a shame. We thought we were going to see yet another century,
Yuelong.
but Zhou Yuelong breaks down on 96. Nevertheless, the main job is done. With that break, he equalises at 1-1 against Ricky Walden. Zhou Yuelong breaking off in the third frame, having just won the second. Now looking to power on.
Thank you. Third frame. Xiao Yuelong to break.
I think when it comes to determining the composition of the semi-final playoffs, we might well look back on this match as being really quite important. Bear in mind, it's now 4 from 6 as opposed to 4 from 7.
Yeah, very much so. Now, Ricky. Fancy knocking this red in. Stunning around the back of the black. Most of the top players have been knocking this in. But no, he's going for safety. He's got to be careful here. He's almost certainly got to cover this red. And that is well short of pace. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised there, Phil. I don't know about you, but I think he should be taking that red on, really.
Yeah, he looked so buoyant, I thought, when beating Jones 3-0 earlier. Brisk around the table.
Yeah, this is going to sound a little bit weird because he's made almost a century in frame 2, but don't think Yuelong is queuing well at all. And you can see there what he thinks of it. He knows he should be knocking that in. He's disgusted with that shot. Don't think Ricky's going to be overly pleased with that one. To not get into the bottom half of the table for the blue or baulk colour is not a good shot. He should be okay. Should be fairly straightforward to get in and out of baulk and back down for the reds, but his timing shots as a player always makes you feel
6.
quite bad.
Sam.
Walden's off to Germany as well next week. He plays on Tuesday night against Ryan Day. And funnily enough, those two also go head-to-head in the World Open.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot these days with the rankings set as they are, where
12.
a set number plays a set number each time a draw comes out. You do get like a lot of repeat matches. I'm not a massive fan of it, I've got to be honest, but
13.
yeah, and I know that because David Grace, he's really in trouble for his tour card this season, and he's qualified for 4 tournaments, but sitting at 64 in the rankings.
18.
He's played Kyron Wilson in the second round in 4 on the bounce. So he's struggling to make any impact whatsoever.
He's okay in Germany, though. He's got Judd Trump. I mean, it's relentless, isn't it?
Yeah, so yeah, he's out of the frying pan.
$24.
Yeah, I was speaking to Dave this
25.
morning. He said he was really pleased to see Judd warming up for Germany by knocking in relentless amounts of tons at the Championship League.
You know, the thought did cross my mind, actually. I was thinking, I wonder if, because he's a fantastic student and watcher of the game, isn't he, David? And really nice guy as well. I thought, is he watching this? Perhaps it might be best if he isn't.
Yeah.
$32.
Trump was magnificent, though. He really was. When you think, OK, he lost the Group 5 final to Matt
32.
Selt, but Selt was himself brilliant, making 2 centuries and missing the black for a third. And then in Group 6, Trump had a little lull in the middle of the group, and then he lost the first frame of the semi-final against Dave Gilbert, but he said in his interview with Stephen Hallworth last night that he knew he needed to knuckle down. He didn't want to be here for another couple of days. So the way to rectify that was to win the group, and he made a lovely clearance against Gilbert in the third frame. And then in the final, it was almost perfection.
It just as
38.
Walden, he's got into that cue ball a little too much, and he's left himself a really tricky pot if he wants to keep this break going. He could cut it in the middle, or both corner pockets are available, but if he goes in the corner, there's a good chance he may still leave it if it doesn't go in.
Ricky Walden,
And I
38.
think that is exactly what's happened. Can he get past the pink?
Ricky Walden.
Yeah, and he could
What?
get past the pink. Well,
8.
it looks like he's gone a little bit too straight on this red. Now, can he power it out and get position on the black?
9.
You have to say, one of the reasons we've seen so many centuries and big scores is because players across that top cushion have found the pockets very welcoming. The other thing is that the reds have been spreading so nicely and so easily. Not on that occasion.
Yeah, the shot he's played wasn't really on. I don't think that was anything
16.
but that. The angle the balls were positioned, that was always going to happen. So where do you stand on that then, Phil? Would you like to see the pockets a little bit tighter? I mean, I know people love to see the centuries and stuff, but I think the tension that snooker provides when people are missing and the game goes close is something you don't get in really any other sport.
Yeah, I think definitely you need pockets of a certain difficulty because these guys are so good these days. I will, though, offer a note of caution. There have been tournaments in the last 10 years or so, the odd one crops up where the pockets are a little too tight, and then I think play becomes bogged down because players
Yuelong,
know
16.
after a few shots, after a couple of frames, how the tables are playing, and they tend to become a little too defensive. So it is a balancing act. I remember a champion of champions a few years back where the pockets were brutal. Now I'll draw an analogy. Look at the majors in golf. Yes, we like to see them tough, of course, but if you make them too tough, then the spectacle, I think, is not ruined, but not as good as it should be.
Yeah, I watched the. I don't know whether you've seen it, but I've recently watched the Sky documentary on the darts players. There's one on Eric Bristow, one on Jockey Wilson, and one on Phil Taylor. I watched those recently, and I thought, looking at the darts from the old days, that the trebles and the doubles were a lot smaller than they are now. They look a lot bigger now than they were before.
Well, I would not know. I'll tell you what, Luke Littler, he makes them.
He does, yeah.
He makes them look like they're 6 inches across.
Yeah, but again, just on that
Touching
subject, isn't it great when you see just somebody at a sport that is just so talented, how effortless they make a game look at any age, and it's just mega talent.
And us in snooker, we would love to benefit from the Luke Littler effect, having a real youngster come through and make a massive impact. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, absolutely. this is a crucial little exchange now between these two. Player that pots the next ball probably go a big favourite for the frame.
Just on my last point, we have had a Luke Littler effect in the past. Ronnie O'Sullivan, when he won the UK Championship at the age of 17 in 1993. But that's 32 years ago. We were both young then, Peter.
Yeah. I vaguely remember it. Oh, terrific pot.
1.
Terrific pot. No position, but should be able to get control of the table.
Ricky Walden, 1.
Did you enjoy the Moscone this year, Phil? Did you go over?
Absolutely, I was there. Yeah, loved every moment of it. Yeah, at a wonderful resort in Orlando, Florida called the Carib Royale. Largest ever audience, and I honestly thought the USA had got a great chance this time. But Fedor Gorst, outside of the team matches, which launched each session, Fedor Gorst got 1 point, Shane Van Boening got 0. So Europe, because they all played well, but Jason Shaw was superb, MVP, and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz found his Moscone Cup feet. Europe are the champions again. But yeah, in answer to your question, it was a wonderful week at the Ali Pali this year.
Right, okay.
So Europe will defend on home soil.
They won't be as raucous as the Americans were.
It might depend on the price of a pint.
Yeah, correct.
At the moment in Poole, the Derby City Classic is going on in southern Indiana. It's a remarkable festival, Peter. You'd love it. They play Banks Pool, which is doubles exclusively, then one pocket and 9 ball to conclude. And each event has well over 400 entries. There's also a very interesting event to start that week, that festival. It's called the Bigfoot Challenge, and they play 10 ball pool on a 10 foot by 5 table.
Another good safety shot from Walden. Got to get a good cue ball here. Yuelong. He's reluctant to play off the 3 reds next to the pink because you don't really know where the balls are going to end up. You can concentrate on getting a good white, but the red trickles over the pocket. Yeah, but he'll be happy with that. Be a fairly straightforward safety shot though now for Ricky. Well, just as I say that, played a horror shot and been very, very fortunate.
Spider.
I think he has left a shot, but it's definitely not as easy as it should have been.
Yeah, that was a terrible safety from Walden, wasn't it? Just needed to hit the red thinner than he did and he would have been fine.
Got to just concentrate on the pot. Forget about the fact that the other red is in, possibly in the way, or it's slightly awkward queuing. Just put everything into making this pot Whatever you do, don't miss it. Yeah.
One.
A chance now.
Hit that into the near jaw, so caught the red a little thick, but it went in anyway, and actually that helped in holding the cue ball.
6.
Walden will be very annoyed because he's basically gifted this chance.
Just wondering, the 2 reds on the black cushion are a plant into the corner. If they're dead set, he won't even have to touch them. If they're not, oh my word. Did not look in. I don't think
13.
Long thought he was going in either.
Yeah, very friendly off both
15.
jaws, the top corner pockets. In fact, you'd say they're a little more friendly off the far jaw, but this one slid in off the near, which doesn't normally occur.
And again, that's not a great shot. Wanted to be making the blackie much easier pot. And again, yeah, I think both these players
Yuelong, 15.
are struggling. Yeah, I didn't think Yuelong has been queuing well since the match started, and that's another really poor visit for a player of his quality.
1 by your foot.
Now, has he got the angle to break these 2 reds up, or does he even need to break them up? He's got the angle, so hit the one on the right, knock the one over the left over the pocket. Yep, there you go, absolutely perfect.
8.
The only thing you've got to do here is just not snooker yourself.
9.
What a reprieve, Phil.
Yeah, Zhou Yuelong is really flat, isn't he?
Yeah, it just looks like he's got absolutely no confidence
16.
whatsoever. I mean, I'm not really sure what sort of a season he's been having, but he doesn't look like he's at the races.
Well, I can tell you the season he's been having very
17.
poor by his standards. He's 55th on the 1-year list.
Wow. Yeah, when you consider you start most of your matches as a seeded player higher up in the rankings, yeah, that's not good.
23. 25.
So, frame ball has been potted. The extra one also.
28.
Ricky Walden is going to be 1 frame away from a victory that will count.
Well, let's hope so.
32.
Yeah, I just saw your expression there. I know you're thinking Zhou Yuelong's going to pull out as well. No, please, please, no.
37. 43. 50.
Well, it is not
Well
clinical snooker, this, but Walden did well after Zhou Yuelong missed a ball he should have buried to the middle pocket. Walden leads 2-1. So far in this morning session, as Group 7 opens in the BetVictor Championship League, so far on this table, we've seen a couple of 3-1 results, both in favour of Zhou Guodong, firstly over Zhou Yuelong, then over Noppon Saengkham. Ricky Walden is hoping that score progression continues here. He needs the 4th frame to complete a 3-1 win over Zhou and place the Chinese player in a spot of bother. We start again, by the way, at 4:30.
4th frame. Ricky Walden to break.
And the first matches in the revised schedule on table 1 will be Noppon Saengkham against Joe O'Connor, and on table 2, Zhou Guodong will take on Ricky Walden.
Foul.
Oh, dear me.
4.
Dear me.
Zhou Yuelong.
That's like something you might see in a Tuesday night league somewhere.
That's a
1.
nice shot now. Surely he's going to attack the Reds here. Get 'em playing far and wide. Yeah, struck it beautifully. Like it. Deserved a little bit of good fortune there. Can't hit that shot much better than that. Now then, can he turn it into a frame-winning visit?
9.
Really punish that poor break-off. Nothing. Really trouble Yuelong here.
16.
Reds a fantastic position. Blue, pink and black are in the open. Unless he misses a sitter, it's hard to see where this could go wrong.
17.
No 147 crusade from Zhou Yuelong, but he's already been there, done that. At the Scottish Open in 2020, he had a 147 against a bloke called Peter Lyons.
He did, yeah.
$22.
Yeah, I think he's recently moved back from Darlington, where he was playing at the academy there, back to Sheffield to try and get an upturn in his form. So he's clearly trying to do something about his snooker.
$28. 29.
And maybe he feels as though he's being left behind somewhat because, yes, in the past, Deng Junhui has won 5 world ranking events in the same season, but collectively, I think Chinese snooker has never been more successful. If you look at the one season points list,
36.
that is underlined by the fact you've got 7 Chinese players in the top 20.
37.
Yeah, some players in that list that are certainly candidates to win, to be the next person to win a ranking
44.
event for the first time. The likes of Wu Yi's and Si Jiahui.
45.
He's in the final stages of this, I think, is he? See, he's in the group final.
He is. Group 2 winner. Now, that wasn't quite what he wanted. He came a little too close to that line of 3 reds. Okay,
52.
he's still on the bottom one, but
Yes.
the rest is required, and this is a little more fiddly than it should have been.
Yeah, and that just shows that was a lack of confidence in the strike. He didn't strike it cleanly. It was a little bit too tentative with what he was doing. I still expect him to get this, but yeah, a lot harder than it should have been.
Thank you. 53.
Yeah, and this is still awkward. The pot very straightforward, but he's going to be further away from his next red than he wanted to be. In fact, he snookered himself well on both reds. That is an absolute horror shot.
58.
And you heard the disgust in his voice when he struck that.
And the frame far from one.
Yeah, there is a red below the 3 reds that will cut into the right-hand corner, but that is very dangerous. Yeah, but how on earth has he ended up here? But that's the thing, when the timing's out, every shot is difficult. Well, don't say he's gone enough as well.
Foul.
Well,
Yuelong, 58.
wow.
4.
You'd be
Ricky
hard-pressed to
Walden.
find 2 shots as bad as that consecutively.
Foul.
I suppose the only good thing is
Yuelong, 58.
he's left a pot, but it's not easy. But if it goes in, I think we've got a new favourite for the frame.
Yeah, Walden 58 adrift, but there's 83 there.
One.
Yeah, this is worrying times. Oh, he's come up a little bit too short. Still needs one more good shot. And I bet Yuelong cannot believe he's actually sat down where he had the balls 1 minute ago.
8.
Yeah, that was a lovely controlled shot from Walden.
Nine.
Well, you look at the table, I think the only potentially problem ball would be the red that's close to the left-hand middle pocket. Close, but at a possibly tough angle. But if he gets in behind it, that should be no
16.
issue anyway.
Yeah, and he could possibly play some sort of cannon with the blue and pink where they're positioned, just to promote that red
17.
out if he needs to. But even though he's trailing by 41, you'd rather be in Ricky Walden's shoes right now, in play. Balls at his mercy. But again, that's a poor shot from Walden.
23.
It looks like it's nothing, but he should have been dead straight on this, so he could just roll this in for the blue. Now he's going to have to travel around the back of the baulk colours, and yeah, he should make it, but
24.
When the cue ball starts travelling around, there's lots of things that can go wrong. These are the sort of scenarios that the pros will practice. Just gonna clear up, 50, 60 behind, put the balls there, and it's your job to control the white ball, make it as easy as possible. Yeah, and he doesn't like it. I think he's come slightly too straight on both shots. Phil? Yeah, and he shouldn't be having to play a decent shot here. All because he didn't run through 2 or 3 inches further to land dead straight on the red for the blue. He can't make his mind up here.
Yeah, nothing to do, of course, with the tariff of the actual pot. It's all about position. Oh, and he's okay. He's okay. Yeah.
26.
Now he'd love to get on the black so he could just roll it in. Play a little delicate cannon. And he's
27.
overrun again though. This is getting harder and harder, I'm afraid. I don't think he's going to clear them, Phil. Well then, can he pop this red and knock the other red out into the
34.
middle of the table? Just knock it 6 inches further out, nicely on the pink or blue. I think this is match ball.
Well, he's got the reach, Walden. Tall man.
35.
And the red is promoted.
Yeah, the red has just about scraped in. It wasn't clean.
$35.
Now just don't kiss a ball colour. Coming in and out of ball. Get yourself back in the bottom half of the table. Yeah, that's perfect. Well,
40.
he should clear them now.
Yeah, for a spell there, he was making really hard work of it.
41.
But prime position has been regained. So with the blue, he'd be 12 behind. That means yellow to pink will be sufficient.
Yeah, he had to play good 5 or 6 shots to, after he came short on that red
46.
in the middle pocket to get himself back in prime position, and every credit. I didn't think he was going to do
48.
it, but I'm sure Yuelong thinks he's going to do it now. He'll be absolutely kicking himself.
51.
Staring down the barrel of 2 defeats out of 2 now.
Brown to blue can be a little troublesome, but not on this
55.
occasion. Needs a
60.
bounce. This to win.
66.
To win, and it's
Very
in.
much.
Ricky Walden
Ricky Walden.
clearing up. But really, that was a frame that he would be the first to agree. Zhou Yuelong threw away. And so maybe that's a touch of snooker karma after Walden's 3-0 win over Jack Jones was annulled when the Welshman decided to withdraw from the group after just one outing.
Sheets by your
So Walden does have a point now, He's won 2 matches, but only one of them actually counts. Xiao Guodong is the table topper at the end of this first session with a couple of 3-1 wins, which were impressively achieved. Also, Dave Gilbert has a point. Zhou Yuelong with 2 defeats from 2 matches already in more than a spot of bother. We return at 4:30 local time here in Leicester. We've got 5 matches for you this evening. 3 on table 1, 2 on table 2. The first match on table 2 will see Xiao Guodong against Ricky Walden. Here on table 1 it will be a repeat of last night's Group 6 semi-final between Joe O'Connor and Noppon Saengkham. Look forward to your company then.